Testing 1, 2, test, test. Testing 1, 2.
Okay. You good? Okay. All right, I'm going to call our meeting to order. Today is September 20th, 2022. This is a business meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. So I'd ask for a motion to recess to executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246-4 for a discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected had been notified in advance pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1. Potential litigation, legal advice, and collective bargaining pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, and discussions of investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, civil or criminal, pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A4. If I could have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second from Mr. Case. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We are in executive session. We'll return approximately 7 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call our meeting to order. Apologies, our executive session ran a little late. So I'd ask everyone to, well, first of all, today is September 20th, 2022. This is a business meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. I'd ask if you could all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next thing I'd just like to mention is that I'd like to introduce and welcome Mr. Robert Case, who was appointed by the North Kingstown Town Council to serve on the school committee to fill the vacant position that we had. He was sworn in by the town clerk and is now a full member of the committee. And thank you and welcome to your first meeting. And having said that, I'd ask the clerk if you could please call the roll.
Mr. Blasbach?
Here.
Mrs. Hildebrand?
Here.
Mrs. Hoskins? Mrs. Lima? Here. Mr. Case?
Here.
Mrs. Schott?
I'm here.
Gabriel Anthony?
Thank you. And if you could please call the calendar.
Reminder, Tuesday, September 27th, there is no school. That is a professional development day. Tuesday, October 4th, school committee business meeting. Tuesday, October 18th, school committee business meeting. And a reminder, on Monday, October 10th, it is Columbus Day, and there will be no school that day.
Thank you. So next we have a presentation, and just for clarification, we do have an agenda item up for discussion on this matter. We're not planning on making any changes or any decisions this evening, but we asked Dr. Morse to prepare a presentation on class rank and academic recognition. So I will turn the floor over to you, and we'll step down there so that we can see the screen. I think we'll probably pull it forward after this, but yeah.
Is that on? Okay, thank you. So this is going to be a relatively short PowerPoint, and the reason why I put this together was a question came up recently about some other schools who publish valedictorian, salutatorian, or they publish the top 10. Some rank their top 10, and some post their top 10 without ranking them as a group. So I thought if we're going to change our practice, because right now we only announce the valedictorian and the salutatorian for purposes of the graduation ceremonies and speeches. But I thought if a change was going to be made as far as the publication of numbers of students, it would be a good idea to have a perspective on how the decision was made and the factors that went into it. And also because even though this decision was made back in 2017, it only went into effect in the class of 2020. So for most people, it's a relatively new phenomenon for parents that we do this. So I thought it couldn't hurt to revisit the philosophy and the factors that went into this. So as I said, a proposal was made on January 10th, 2017, that's the school committee record, to eliminate publishing class rank, beginning with the class of 2020. Normally we go 4 years out when we make a decision, but we had not yet published rank at all that year, so the freshmen hadn't been ranked. So at the time it was decided that it would be okay to start with that freshman class because nothing had happened in regards to ranking with them. The proposal was approved, and the decision was made to keep the valedictorian and the salutatorian for graduation ceremony, as I had mentioned before. So for the philosophy for eliminating the rank, a lot went into this, but I think what the college board had published at the time, and they still have this on their website, pretty much sums up what we were thinking. The college admissions process has created a culture that all students must be achieving at the highest level all the time. The addition of rank has created an unlevel playing field by pitting one student's successes against other students rather than looking at a holistic approach at each individual student's accomplishments. When we asked the students about their feelings about this, every year when we did the top 10 for many years, we'd have a little ceremony. We'd have them bring them down to guidance and announce the top 10 when we did rank. And we would ask them, are you happy you knew that you were being ranked? Did it affect the way you went about your education, knowing you were being ranked or tracking your rank every year? And then when we stopped ranking, we asked the students the same thing. Were you happy or unhappy that you didn't know, and how did that affect your decision making? So what the students reflected to us was focusing on rank prevented some students from taking courses they believed would be enriching but would harm their rank. In other words, they felt like they always had to be taking AP or honors level courses. They wouldn't take a CP course even though they really wanted to. They thought it would be enriching for them because it would hurt their rank. Competing for class rank was a motivator for some students who knew the rank would be published. But most students who didn't know said it wasn't a disincentive for them. So the kids who are motivated to learn or achieve highly do so without the incentive of the rank. You know, it was equal for some students whether they were like, I really went for it because I knew I was going to be number one, or I didn't, even though I didn't know. So it was about 50-50. Class rank was once a major component in admission decisions. This is college board information, and I should point out that what I'm presenting here is all the information we knew in 2016. So this is I went back into our archives and looked through the PowerPoint presentation we'd made at the time and the research that we had gathered that went into it. So class rank was once a major component in admission decisions, but according to a recent report by the National Association for College Admissions Counseling, more than half of all high schools no longer report student rankings. Many colleges have moved away from using rank as an admissions factor, much like SAT scores. And shortly after we made this presentation and the vote was made, the 2017 report came out from the State of College Admissions, and they had put out these charts and surveyed schools about their admissions practices. And when it came to class rank, 77% of the schools that responded listed rank as limited importance or no importance. So, and they had made a subnote that, in fact, the ratings of many admissions decision factors have remained remarkably stable. Notable exceptions include declining importance of class rank in interviews. At the time of the decision, statistics cited to us by college officials we consulted, we called a lot of colleges. We tried to get a few Ivy Leagues and a lot of local colleges to tell us what they were thinking about this topic. We suggested that currently 65 to 70% of high schools no longer rank students. So that's pretty consistent with what the report that later came out said. Public schools who had ceased publishing rank at that time included Barrington, East Greenwich, and Portsmouth. Private schools included LaSalle, Rocky Hill, and Portsmouth Abbey. Probably for the same reasons that we were recommending that we no longer published rank. A URI admissions counselor at the time stated, "We look at the high school profile to determine the relative strength of a school, and an admissions counselor can make an admission decision accordingly." So what that boiled down to is what they said to us. Because at North Kingstown it's a pretty high-performing school, we like to think of ourselves in the same realm as the top schools like Barrington and East Greenwich in the state. And the difference between number 1 and number 10 is really small mathematically. So to compare us to another school where a student might be number 1 in a school that they deemed less rigorous as opposed to number 10 in North Kingstown, our number 10 student could be equivalent to number 1 in another school. So by labeling students, we were actually potentially doing harm to some students that weren't 1 or 2. College admissions officers consistently report out that most important factors when considering admission are grades received, student interest, strength of curriculum, and admission test scores. Other factors, probably less important, include student interest, personal qualities, essays, writing samples, letters of recommendation. Students demonstrated interest, rank, and extracurricular activities. Please note, rank at the time was told was not one of the top factors admission officers looked at. And again, that was borne out by some of the subsequent reports that came out. I would say that's not true, though, for all colleges. There are some colleges then and still who highly look at rank. Quote from an article regarding college rank, for the Westchester School District, the last straw for class rank came when a UPenn admissions officer told school officials that a highly qualified graduate had been rejected because she was ranked 15th out of 320 students, and that if she wasn't ranked, she would have gotten in. That seemed kind of odd to us at the time, but again, it went to that what the URI admissions counselor was saying to us, that they look at one or two. If they look at your rank and you're one or two, you have higher consideration. If there's no rank, they don't take that against the student. It's not the student's fault that their rank was not published. And they give the student more of a look. So they look at all of the other factors rather than just the rank. They get a better review of their qualifications. Since our high school is so strong, rank can hurt the B student who could fall in the bottom half of the class. But percentage-wise, they're still going to a really great school. So the quality of B work should be impressive to colleges reviewing their transcripts. Military schools. If the school or military academy communicates to a student that they require rank for admission, and that actually happened last year, we had a student who was wanting to attend a medical school, a prestigious medical school, and they required the rank. And it has happened once in a while. A college, military school will say, like West Point or somebody wants to know their rank. They require that information. We don't want to harm a student by not divulging that. So what we say is, we have the admissions counselor contact us and say we require the rank. And the counselor will go over the percentile of the student. So although we don't say the rank, they're always okay if we say top 1% or top 2%, top 5%. That's really the information they want to know. And I think that was my last slide. So I will entertain any questions if you want at this time. Right. No, I did not. No, they haven't, but I think it's probably because this is so relatively new in the scheme of things. We haven't had a full 4 years go by. So, right, and with COVID, kids were just happy to cross the stage in person. So I think this was probably a little further back on their priority scale when it came to graduation. But we're always, when people say, well, you'd say you announce 1 and 2, and 3 feels bad that they weren't announced. But 3 doesn't know they're 3. 3 doesn't know they're 3. And, if we publish the top 10 without saying who's who, the student who thinks they're number 11 or 12 is going to feel bad. But, I'm pretty neutral on this because I'm never against student recognition of any kind. So... Correct. No. Right. That would be unfair to students who weren't operating under the ranking. It might affect students' decisions, and we can't discount that it would affect the students whether they're being ranked or not ranked. Or I should say, we do calculate rank, but we don't publish it. So that would affect a student's decisions, and we never make a change to the program of studies that has already affected students. So since we've already ranked or not ranked students, we wouldn't change that until the next cohort of students who would be ranked or not ranked. So they would, I'm trying to recall back at the time, but it would be on their transcript beginning with the first semester. Yes. 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 Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's not great for the kids who are, a lot of students grow over the years in high school, so it's not a great incentive for them when they see their rankings early on. Okay.
So what I'd like to do is, this is a little, I'd like to move this up so that because we were just talking about it, but I want to do citizens' comments because people in the audience may want to have a comment, and I'd like to have them do that. So we'll do citizens' comments first, and then we'll move the discussion on this item up. So having said that, for citizens' comments, as always, we ask that you please state your name and address at the microphone, and that you include the town, just so that we have your full address. And we always ask if you could please please limit your comments to 3 minutes, so that everyone has an opportunity to speak and that everyone's treated equally. First person that I have who's signed up is Josh Joseph, and if I ever pronounce a name wrong, I apologize.
Bonjour. Okay. Hi, my name's Josh Joseph. I'm from Woonsocket, Rhode Island.
I need you to state your full name and address, please, sir.
Yep, Joshua Joseph, 409 South Main Street.
Thank you.
So I'm addressing Jen Lima. So Jen and I had a back and forth on Facebook not too long ago, and she had made a post about affirming trans kids. And I remember her, so basically the story goes like this. Basically what I told her was, let's say you have an 11 or 12-year-old girl who's very masculine presenting. Now, what they're learning in school with the gender spectrum, and, so she's learning about these things, and she thinks, well, maybe I could be a boy. That's understandable. Now, parents could affirm her. She's going to affirm her. The school is in the direction of affirming someone like that. She could get on hormones. She could get chest surgery as early as 15 years old. And then on and on. So let's say we go fast forward in the future. She's 21, 22 years old. Finds out she's just a butch lesbian. And a lot of stories are coming out like this with detransitioners all the time. She can't go back, Jen. You know that. Her body will never be the same again. And I know you're a champion for the LGBTQ plus community, but we can't just affirm those kids when their lives could be, nightmares. And it's coming out, Jen. They're seeing it. And I don't hate you. I don't demonize you like some of the people on the right do. Look at me. Look at my hat. I'm not a conservative Republican. And people online, and this can be checked, and it was on Facebook, calling you a pedophile. And I said, don't you dare call her that. That's wrong. You're not a pedophile, and I know that. But I want you to open your heart that some of these kids could be hurt for life, Jen. For life. I want you to open your heart to that because, and I saw you out there, I was there yesterday too, but I'm hearing a lot of hateful rhetoric from saying parents who are concerned that these very kids that can fall through the cracks like this and they realize I'm just an effeminate man. I'm just a gay man. And I've had surgery and hormones that you'll never go back from that, Jen. That's heartbreaking. And everyone in here knows that this can happen to people. I don't hate you, and I don't want to demonize you. Please open your heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Crystal Simus.
Crystal Simus, 50.
You could
I know.
move it down or whatever. Sorry.
No, sorry, I'm short. Sorry. Okay. Crystal Simus, 55 Collins Court, North Kingstown. So I had actually emailed all of you yesterday when I saw the thing about the class rank, and I think the question may or may not have been answered by Mrs. Morse. However, I wanted to know if in your reflection on trying to figure out if you're going to do this or not, if you're going to rank, when this would apply to which graduating classes. So I'm under the assumption now, from what Mrs. Moore said, that it would be at the earliest the 8th graders, because the freshmen already have been taking classes. So they may or may not have taken classes based on whether or not they wanted to take certain CP level courses or not, because they know it'll affect their class rank. So that was that. And if it is going to be for this year's seniors or juniors or sophomores, I had emailed you all how there was a major discrepancy in the grading from semester 1 courses versus like a half-year course. So let's just say like personal finance, which is a class every kid has to take. There was a difference between if you took personal finance semester 1 versus semester 2. So you could have taken the same class as your friend and had the same quarter grades and the same exam grade, but gotten a different grade at the end. And I was told when I asked everybody about this that because we don't rank, it's not going to matter. Well, if you do end up ranking, then this will matter. So all I'm asking is if you do end up ranking, that you go back to those first semester classes from last year to recalculate them so that they are equal to the kids that took it second semester, because that's not fair. Because that makes a big difference. You're going from a B to a B minus. So that's a difference in terms of the GPA for these kids for class rank. So that is my first concern. And I just have just a couple questions. So I know I want to say it was the August 16th meeting when Mr. Waterman had said that, again, because of Judge McGurl's comments about that all communication should be on an approved app. Has that app come out yet? Because we're almost about halfway done the fall sports season, and I have yet to see that app. I have 2 athletes. I haven't seen the app go out, so I'm wondering where we're going with that. Because again, like I said, we're halfway done this season already. And then the only other question I had for you was somebody actually asked me, who couldn't come to the meeting, to ask you. The wellness committee that you have, they just wanted to know how they could apply for that. So I don't know if there was something you could send out to somebody or put it on your page or whatever the process was. I didn't know, so I told them I would ask you to see if you could somehow make that public. So that was it. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kara Martone.
Kara Martone, 73 Woodridge Drive, Saunderstown. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to talk a little bit about class rank and the recognition of our top 10 seniors. Thank you, Dr. Morse, for your recap. I first asked the committee about rank and top 10 back in June around the graduation time. I found it frustrating that so many towns around us were celebrating their top 10 students, including Tiverton, Mount Hope, Lincoln, Rogers, Portsmouth, to name a few. And I wondered, why doesn't NK do this anymore? When my oldest graduated in 2018, we were still in the practice of hanging the top 10 senior pictures in the spine. Back then, like we were just talking about, they received their class rank on their transcript at the end of every semester. And that was a hugely motivating factor for a lot of kids. I mean, I remember my own daughter freshman year getting her rank saying, I'm not sure that's where I thought I would be, but okay, good to know. Today, we announced just the top 2 students, and that's it. They don't wear anything special at graduation. Their pictures are not hung up, and I'm not really sure what happened to recognizing the remaining top 10. Some said it was too stressful. Students who didn't know their rank don't seem to care. I think we're doing a disservice to our students. I think we should be teaching them that hard work pays off rather than removing a perceived stressful situation for them. I think it's actually an opportunity for students to figure out how to balance their studies and extracurricular activities. There was a note in the presentation that referenced class rank creating an unlevel playing field for college applicants, but I think that's part of the process for schools to weed through applications. I mean, they look at the rigor of the class schedules, GPAs, ranks, leadership roles. I mean, I think it's their achievements that set them apart. The application process for college has definitely changed a bit over the years, especially since COVID. SATs, for example, have become less of a focus. But as a parent who is going through college applications currently with a senior, there are schools who publicize SAT optional, class rank optional, but at the same time, there are a lot of scholarship opportunities available to applicants who choose to submit test scores and class rank. The factors are definitely not obsolete. I went back to the minutes of the January 2017 meeting where class rank was discussed, and it actually says specifically from guidance, quote, class rank could be provided to a student if requested. And this is definitely not happening. I know tons of kids over the past few years who have asked for their rank, and it's just not given to them. So I don't really understand that, why if a student goes to guidance, makes an appointment and says, hey, what's my rank? I don't know why they just can't get that. As Ms. Lima noted earlier, we do a great job promoting our athletes and our musicians, which I think is awesome, and it's very important to our students' success. However, this is school.
I have to ask you to please wrap up. Sorry.
Okay. We definitely should be promoting our academic achievements. The school should be proud of these kids. The students should be proud of themselves. And I'll be interested to hear your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Beth Nunnery.
Hi, my name is Mary Beth Nunnery. I live on 31 Balsam Court in North Kingstown. I am a mother of 5. I've had 5 children go through the North Kingstown School District. The youngest graduated just this past year in 2022. So as you can tell, I don't really have any skin in the game, but I felt like it was important to come tonight and to talk to you because, excuse me, my experience with my 4th child was that she started freshman year in high school and felt like she was doing pretty good and she was happy with her grades until she got her class rank. And when she looked at it, her words, she said to me, wow, Mom, this is so embarrassing. I mean, she was ranked in the 50s, so it wasn't like she was at the end of, her 350-something people in her class, but she felt like she could do better. And so she found another gear. She buckled down and she worked a little bit harder, even though she felt like she had been meeting her potential that first semester, but by seeing her class rank in print, it motivated her to do better and to work harder. She wasn't competing against anyone but herself. She wanted to be the best that she could, and she felt like in the 50s wasn't good enough. She certainly wasn't looking to be in the top 10, maybe in the top 10%, but she was looking to do better. And she graduated in 2019. She's currently a firstie or a senior at the United States Military Academy. She would have never gotten into West Point if her class rank was in the 50s. And the only way that she found that out was because you guys provided that to her. So fast forward, my youngest daughter just graduated in 2022. She doesn't know her class rank, didn't know her class rank. She worked, she thinks, to her potential, but she did not get into her #1 school. And I just wonder whether, if she knew what her class rank was, that maybe she could have found another gear, just like her sister, maybe worked a little harder. I listened to Dr. Morris's presentation, and I think that some of the things that she said as far as like AP classes, I mean, Ruby was was friends with a lot of kids that were really academically doing well and smart, and those kids, without knowing their class rank, felt the need to take AP classes because they didn't know where they stood, so they felt like they needed to take more AP classes than they thought maybe they should because they were so unsure about where they stood. So I think it can play both sides. As far as Lily goes, every semester we looked at her classes, we decided what was an appropriate load for her, and we worked it out that way. It wasn't always about class rank. It was about a balance and being able to take classes that she enjoyed. I know she took history through film with Miss Mason, which was not an AP class, but one that she really, really wanted to take. So I think that there is room for balance if you have...
I do have to ask you, please wrap up.
Yeah. So I just want you to understand the experience that we had with knowing class ranking, being able to work a little bit harder given that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pam Panero.
Pam Panero, 710 Slocum Road. Did you excel at sports when you were a kid? Did you excel at band, drama, chorus, or some other activity? Did you try to be first chair, win the lead, win MVP? Did you get to hear the roar of an audience? Well, I excelled at school as a kid. I had a true love of learning. I pushed myself to get good grades. I competed against myself. I looked forward to seeing my report card and my class rank here in NK. It motivated me, it pushed me, and I strived to do better. I am proud of my class rank and still remember what it was. I asked my husband out of the blue if he remembered his class rank, and he did and also was proud of it. I know it gave me confidence and focus as I transitioned to college. I went on to pursue advanced accomplishments in college and my continued education as a result. Excellence should be celebrated. Academics should be celebrated just as sports are celebrated and even glorified. Everyone has different strengths and talents. In my opinion, not everyone is going to excel at academics, and that's okay. I'm not going to excel at basketball because I'm short. Why should those who thrive with these situations be penalized because not everyone thrives with it? Don't we want to foster academic success and academic excellence and then celebrate it? You can cite all the literature you want, but you can't take away my lived experience. Some articles suggest that there is a % of students who benefit from class rank. You can't take away the fact that I know it benefited me. Why do we have to be so extreme? Why is it all one way or not at all? What happened to compromise? I get it. The trend is to get rid of class rank. But what happens if in 10 to 15 years from now, they reevaluate this and say, oh, we don't have any more high achievers. We should put class rank back in place. Let's not just follow, but be leaders and find the nuance that matters. My proposals for potential solutions are for reinstating class rank. 1, that you allow students to opt in or opt out of class rank on their report cards. Does class rank make you anxious or stressed? Then opt out. Does class rank make you stay focused and motivated? Then opt in. I have 2 kids, and I think each would choose something different. 2, celebrate the valedictorian and the salutatorian. They've earned it. But also publish the top 10% of students ranked senior year and celebrate that too. They are most likely the ones who want to know. Celebrate them. 3, debate how rank is calculated to determine the most equitable and fair way possible. In my opinion, just eliminating class rank is the easy path. In this age where we are trying to accommodate everyone, I think the kids who are motivated by class rank and excelling in their academics should be accommodated and celebrated. Class rank may not mean anything to you, but to some it means everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Karen Kuzminski.
Hi, good evening. Karen Kuzminski, 22 Matola Drive, North Kingstown. So I just have a couple of questions. So it's my understanding that we are spending $50,000 on an equity audit. We are mandated, I guess, by Rhode Island already to do survey works, which is a free audit. So I understand it's already been decided that that's where we're going. Were there other bidders? It's my understanding that we are supposed to have a couple bidders for something like this when we're spending more than $5,000. So people are wondering who those bidders are. So I'm wondering if maybe something could be put out to the community, just letting them know these were the 3 or 5 bidders that we had, and this is the one we chose. I think right now the community is yearning for some transparency and some communication. So in the way of email, however they can be done. As a parent, again, on the topic of transparency, it would be really appreciated with the schools to send a general email home. For example, 2 weeks ago, at the start of school, there was a substitute teacher at Davisville Middle School telling the kids that a teacher who had been under investigation was coming back. So the kids were coming to school very worried, anxious, concerned. The parents were talking about pulling kids out. So maybe it was just a rumor, but it would have been nice to have an email, a general email going home to all of the parents, letting them know that that was not true, so the kids would not be worried and the parents wouldn't be starting to worry about having to pull the kids out. So just, no one's to blame here. The substitute teacher, maybe he didn't know any better. Maybe he didn't know why that teacher, why he was substituting. But it would have been just a common courtesy. It would have been wise and just sensitive to families to send out a general email. It would have been appreciated. And one more thing. Again, with communication to the community, I know that no one here is to blame. There's a lot of teachers missing. There's a lot of empty positions. I know my son very excitedly got accepted into the mechanical engineering program, and the first 2 weeks of school, there was no teacher for those kids, and basically they, were on video games the whole class. These are long classes in high school, 75 or 80 minutes long. So as a parent, I don't like that time spent on video games at home. So it makes me kind of nuts to know that that was happening daily in school, for almost 2 weeks. So it would have been nice to just let the parents know, if you knew ahead of time, if the school knew that teacher was out on sick leave last year and wasn't coming back, or there is a strong possibility that they weren't coming back, it would have been nice to just be alerted to that. Maybe kids could have chosen something differently. So as far as I understand, there's a substitute teacher right now for the next month, and that's as much as we know. So anyway.
I'd have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So maybe we could be a little more creative. If there's that empty space in school where kids don't have a teacher, maybe we could be just a little more creative so they're not on video games. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Erin Earl.
Hi, Erin Earl, 170 Matola Drive. So I am a mom and obviously a resident of North Kingstown, but I am also a college admissions counselor, and I work down at the University of Rhode Island. And I appreciated the history of the GPA and rank conversation here in North Kingstown. I was part of it in the past, and it was good to remember kind of why we made the decisions we made then. I decided to speak today, though, to encourage the school committee and the schools to take another look at it. A lot has changed since when we did a lot of that research and a lot of the conversations had happened. Not that you should make a decision to bring it back or not, but the college admissions game has changed significantly since 2016, particularly due to the pandemic, the elimination at many colleges of class rank in the assessment, how they recalculate GPA, the elimination of AP and IB classes, of course, the changes in SAT and ACTs being utilized. And so I think for North Kingstown to continue to do great work, doing a deep dive in kind of current practices and kind of revisiting that topic would not be inappropriate. There also is definitely literature out there that has pros and cons, and so the community most certainly will need to make the decision of what's best for the students here, because with every college you talk to and every high school you look at is going to be different and varied. There's no perfect answer in this scenario, but definitely I think a relook would be good because, as I mentioned earlier, so much has changed since 2016. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the last person that we had signed up for citizens' comments. So next item would be the superintendent's report. So Mr. Waterman.
I'm also going to throw in there a recognition because I think that got missed. So I'm going to start with a recognition. This recognition came to me from a high school parent, Mrs. Jamie Orsi. She wanted me to highlight an exceptional act of volunteerism that happened this summer. The North Robotics Team, number 701. I'm not sure if it's Gonka trucks or Go NK trucks. So however they say it, good job. Approached one of their high school teachers, Mrs. Shields, at the end of the 21-22 school year. The high school students wanted to create and run a summer camp. Their goal was to assist younger students in exploring robotics and engineering, and they were so excited about this idea and to share their knowledge and passion that Mrs. Shields agreed to assist them. The students created a week-long camp and offered enrollment to 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and the community response was overwhelming. They had a full enrollment plus a wait list of campers. The camp ran for a week in August at Wickford Middle School, and everything about the camp was exceptional. The students were friendly and displayed excellent communication. The activities and challenges were well prepared and organized. Ms. Shields provided email communication to campers' families, supervision and coordination of camper check-in and check-out. There was no cost to attend the camp, and the students and Ms. Shields volunteered their time. At the end of the camp, each camper was presented with a personalized souvenir cup with their name on it. The students, Zach DiBiase, Harper Lee, Quinn O'Connell, Cameron Ostagai, Heather Slim, and their teacher, Mallory Shields, are truly an example of NK at its finest. So thank you to that group.
Thank you.
Regarding my superintendent's report, I'm happy to say that as a whole, we've been able to fill a number of vacancies that we've had in the district. We do have 3 very hard to fill positions for which the school department is offering a $5,000 sign-on / incentive. The position is an intensive needs special education position at Hamilton Elementary School, and then we have 2 school psychologist positions that we're going to be offering the stipend to. So if anybody knows anyone, or if anyone is watching this and looking to make a jump, we have that incentive. More details are available through our Human Resources Office. Also, I'm sending out a request for help from the fiscal department. We have a controller position that is vacant, as well as a recently vacated account clerk position. So if anybody is in the financial field and is looking for a job, we do have 2 of them right here within our school department that we would be happy to bring folks in and interview. Those positions are all posted on SchoolSpring or soon to be updated on SchoolSpring. So if you know of anybody, please refer them.
Thank you, sir. So for our consent agenda, one item I'm going to point out is the end of consent line ended up in the wrong place, so I'm just going to treat items 6 to 7 as if they were exempted. Does anyone else have any items they would like to exempt from the consent agenda? Actually, wait, I'm jumping ahead. I forgot something. So for executive session, we did not adjourn our executive session. We recessed our executive session, so we're going to hold off on sealing any minutes and disclosing votes until we conclude our executive session after the regular session. Now, having said that, anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda?
Can you just say that again? So we're going by the way that it's written
Yes,
here. You're
so
going to have 6
I'm going to
and
treat
7.
6 and 7 as exempted.
Okay.
Because they're after the end of consent line on this. And
Okay.
we'll do those separately. So
Thank you.
anyone have anything from 1 to 5 that they wanted to exempt? And there's actually nothing under 5. It's just a placeholder. So it's really 1, 2, 3, or 4. And Mr. Case, I think you want to exempt the minutes of September 20th and the votes of September 20th, because, I'm sorry, I'm off the line. September 6th and August 30th, as well as the business meeting minutes of the 6th. So that's item 3, 1, 2, and 3. So we'll exempt those for you. So really all that's left is the approval of bids and awards at that point.
Yeah.
So if I could get a motion to approve the non-exempted consent agenda items. A motion from Ms. Lima, second from Ms. Hildebrand. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So we'll take is it okay to take items 3, 1, 2, and 3 together? If I could get a motion to approve items 3, 1, 2, and 3.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Lima.
Second.
Second from Ms. Hildebrand. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I assume one abstention. So he's abstaining because he wasn't at those meetings. So next we'll take item 6, which is the approval of the fiscal impact statement for the North Kingstown teachers contract. I want to thank the union negotiating team for working together with us on that. And if I could get a motion to approve item 6.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Lima.
Second.
Second from Ms. Hildebrand. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next, we have the school committee approval of the PCG survey. If I could get a motion to approve item 7. I have a motion from Ms. Lima.
Second.
Second from Ms. Hildebrand. I just want to make one point that is related to this survey with respect to the equity audit that this is part of. The equity audit bids have all been on our website since April, I think, before April. So they're there and have always been there. You can find them online. All the bidders, successful and unsuccessful, I think they're still up, right?
They would be under bids and contracts.
Under bids and contracts. So they're
under the DEI.
and under the
DEI website.
DEI tab there. So
And also point out that we had many conversations about that on this stage, so they would be reflected in minutes as well.
correct. Yep, that happened over multiple meetings. So any questions on the survey itself? Okay, then we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Can
wait.
I just go over a
Yeah.
couple things real quickly?
Sorry, before we
Yep, no, that's fine. So
hold that thought.
So just like you said, the equity audit itself was approved on April 26th after a few months of going back and forth. And as part of the equity audit, we are conducting a survey that is voluntary that will go for students in grades 6 through 12. Elementary students will not participate, and participation for students in grades 6 through 12 is voluntary. All the questions were developed by PCG in partnership with our district leadership, and because student voice is important to both PCG and the North Kingstown School Department, we requested and received input from current North Kingstown High School students as well. A copy of the survey questions for the students is included in this agenda packet, and it's going to go up on the DEI website as well, as long as with the information that I'm giving in this frequently asked question. The only demographic information that's going to be collected during this is information that's voluntarily shared by the participants. The sharing of the information is purely voluntary on the part of the students, and no individual or personal identifying information about the students will be shared outside of the focus group or survey. There will be an opt-out form given to the parents if any parents want to opt their students out of the survey. PCG will not collect student names, addresses, ages, or any other personal identifying information. It's not that personal information will be collected but securely stored. It's not going to be collected at all. So again, participation is voluntary, participation is anonymous, and opt-out is available, and there will be zero personal information stored at all. And all this information will be up on the website.
Sure.
Do you know when the survey will be ready?
The survey itself is ready now.
Okay, or when it will be administered?
I think the invitation will go out and then, give a time period for
Yeah.
the opt-outs to come in, so I would expect by next week.
Oh, okay, so that
It's,
quickly.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, so now we'll do the all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. For unfinished business, I don't think we have anything on the 2022-23 school budget or CIP existing bond, future bond. Next is the school committee response from the town council. I had shared a proposed letter that the school committee members all have that I think I didn't hear any objections to the letter itself. We're going to be sending that to the town council once we take a vote on that. So one thing I do want to point out is just the timeline of that. So based on the timing of the town council actually sending us notification and letting us know that they had wanted response from us within a particular time frame, we are aware that we didn't meet the deadline that they imposed. That was because we got that letter after our agendas had already been set for the next meeting. We talked about what we were going to do at the following meeting, and then we're voting on it now, which is the following meeting after that. So we'll be transmitting a letter to the town council with a response as they requested. So I'd ask for a motion to approve the response that we provided.
So moved.
Yes, question.
So, and we're also going to put that on the website?
Yes, we can put that on the website as well. Yep, absolutely. Yep. So need a motion from Ms.
So moved.
Hildebrand, second from Ms. Lima. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So next, I meant to move this up. Sorry, folks. I get on a roll and I just go. So it didn't take that long. So discussion on class rank and academic recognition. Does anyone want to ask any questions or have any comments? I have a few things I want to say, but I'll let other people go first.
I'll start it out. I want to thank Dr. Morse for putting that information together. She is for putting the information together. And I want to thank the parents who spoke out for and against it. It's interesting to hear. I think everybody does have their own personal views on this. And the opt-out option was very interesting to me, and I don't know whether that's something that can be considered. I do strongly believe that I think we should at the very least be recognizing the top 10 students, even if we're not naming them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just some type of celebration. I think we recognize all other areas in our building in terms of athletics and music. There's no reason not to celebrate. We are a strong academic school. There's no reason not to celebrate that. So I would like to see if there was something we could do in that. And I think it's very interesting to think that so much has changed since 2017 in the landscape of college, the world, everything that, even though many things may still be the same, they might be different. So it might be worthwhile, like, to take another look at, even though, just to see where things stand. I don't really have strong feelings on class rank one way or another, but it's obvious that some people do, and I just... but I would be in favor of trying to, at the very least, recognize the top 10 at the end of the year.
Anyone else? Okay, so I'll just say my part. Ms. Lima, I completely agree with you on part of what you said, which is I also, I can't think of any reasons not to recognize the top 10 students, even if they aren't ranked. So I don't mean, you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but no, you guys, you're the top 10, you're in alphabetical order. I don't think that's a major change to anything that we've done in the past, so I'd really like to have the administration take a look at whether they think that's feasible and any concerns that they would have in doing that, so that we can, have the type of recognition that many other communities have had in the local papers, or even, the way we used to do it with, the pictures out in the hallway, even. I don't think that's a big change or changing the game in the middle for people really either. You're just sort of announcing it at the end. So I would definitely like to hear back from the administration as to the feasibility of that. Because we do, as people have mentioned, we recognize athletics, we recognize excellence in music, we have all-state band, we have any number of things. Academics those are all co-curricular activities. Academics, that's what it's all about, folks. So we want to definitely recognize those students as well.
Can I ask a procedural question? So it sounds to me like we're separating kind of rank from recognition, right?
Yes.
So the class rank is covered in the program of studies.
Yes.
As Dr. Moore said. So we can't make any changes to class rank right now because the students who are here as freshmen are under a program of studies that we've already approved. So changing class rank would not happen for several years. It would be a phase-in. Changing recognition is something different. It sounds like
I
rank
think
is
so.
being calculated anyway, or a percentile, or, in some kind of way. So is that something that we have to vote on?
I don't
or we just
necessarily
give them guidance that
I
we
don't
want to do
necessarily
that.
think so, because we're not making any change to, we still, it would require an action of the school committee to start printing rank on transcripts again.
Right.
And start listing it in Aspen. So that's a separate discussion. So without going there yet, I don't think, and we can hear if anyone thinks otherwise, that the school committee would need to approve the recognition of the top 10. Unless it's in, and I'll have to review, I don't know what our policy looks like, unless there's something in our policy that says otherwise, in which case maybe we do. So I'll have to look at that.
Okay.
Or we'll have to look at that.
So that's something that would come back to us,
Yes.
potentially? Okay.
And I do want to hear back, that's what I'm sort of asking is if you folks could let us know your thoughts. I'm one who doesn't make sweeping changes without hearing what the educational professionals have to say. So if you folks could look into that and tell us what it would entail, if there are any strong objections among faculty, staff, or otherwise, to doing a recognition of the top 10, not ranked, just these are the top 10 kids. Separate and apart from that, I think we really need to look at how much the landscape has changed since the last time this was reviewed by the school committee, and think hard about whether we want to continue on our present course of not doing class ranks or whether it's something that we want to change. I don't have an answer to that yet either. It is that is the you can't turn the ship on a dime, right? So that would have to be a discussion a little bit more long term. That does change the game. So as we were talking about, I wouldn't want to do it for anything other than a class that has not entered the high school yet. So, but I think it's something that we need to at least entertain. So if, I know that a lot went into the presentation back in 2016, 2017 when the change was made last time. I'd like to hear from the administration again if they think that the landscape has changed enough to change our policy or keep our policy the same. And then I think that is absolutely a decision for the school committee to make, because we were the ones who changed it last time, and we'd be the ones to make a change going forward.
And that change would happen potentially with the program of studies, because it's written
that
in
would
there.
be,
That's
yep,
where
that
you
is
change it.
a much bigger thing. Mr. Case,
I would also like
can you just check if your mic's on? Just make sure the green light shows up and push it. There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes. So I agree completely. I think that it would also behoove us to, as an actual admissions person from URI has shown us, that there are other factors than just class rank that we might want to explore as well to make sure that we're giving the best opportunity to our students and being recognized by colleges and accepted the places they want to go. So I think it's a full across-the-board research kind of thing that we need to do.
Absolutely. And so the point of putting it on the agenda this evening was to start talking about it. You know, that's why we have it under for discussion and no action. We're not going to change anything tonight, but it's definitely something that, we'd like to hear back on, because it is an issue a number of citizens have raised. I'd like to thank the people that have, sort of brought this to our attention and asked us to take a look at it. But it's not a small decision, so it's not something that we make on a dime. It affects a lot of things. So I'd love to hear back what the recommendations would be, and then we'll have to make a decision.
Okay.
But having said that, unless there's anything else on that item, we've reached the end of the regular agenda. As I mentioned before, we did not adjourn our executive session. We merely did a recess. So at this point, we would go back into executive session. So I'd ask for a motion to recess to executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42-46-4, to reconvene our discussion of job performance, character, physical, mental health of a person, provided they've been notified in advance in writing, 42-46-5A1, legal advice and potential litigation and collective bargaining, pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, and investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, civil or criminal, Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A4.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Case.
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Hildebrand. All those in favor?
Aye.
So we're going to recess to executive session. We will come back just to do the sealing of the minutes and disclosing any votes. It's not very interesting. You're welcome to stay, but that happens pretty quick at the end. So thank you all for coming this evening, and we will be back when we conclude our executive session. Are you ready? Okay. All right. So we have concluded our executive session and returned to open session this evening. So the last items on our agenda we are coming back to from earlier in the agenda, which are our routine items. So first, I'd ask for a motion to seal the executive session minutes of September 20th, 2022.
So moved.
A motion from Ms. Hildebrand, second from Mr. Case, and I can disclose that no votes were taken in this evening's executive session. Having done that, we've reached the end of our agenda, and I
Wait,
ask...
you didn't.
What
we
did I
didn't have a
forget?
vote. We didn't vote.
Oh, sorry. I want to go home. Sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Now, we voted. We reached the end of the agenda, and I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion from Ms.
Second.
Lima, second from Ms. Hildebrand. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Have a good night.